Hey, my mic's working now. It wasn't working. I was waiting on it to reset. I thought it was safe to just riff a sweet burp. My bad. 105 months, lacquer. Thank you, thank you. I do probably today. I just fucking slept for 4 hours on my couch in my jacket. Got home from dropping Alice off at her mom's, sat down on the couch, didn't even take my shoes or my jacket off, and just fucking fell asleep sitting there for 4 hours. The full story of the sleepover? Uh, Alice's little friend she'd never had stay over wanted to stay, but she wanted to stay here instead of mom, so it was a whole to do because I had the swap days with her mom. Her mom didn't like it because she felt like they were picking me over her. They were. And I understand that. And then the little girl was here like 2.5 hours before she got homesick and wanted to go home. My bed was right there, yeah. Hey, Juju. Rat gang. She made it a few hours. It's the shortest anyone's ever stayed, for sure. Um, but glad she didn't want to go home at 3 o'clock in the morning. And obviously, I was fucking exhausted, so. Congrats, Juju. Gotta fish those New Year's gifts. Could be a Venga. Probably just a box of cheese, though. I fell asleep too soon after I ate, though, so I feel like real gross. It's gonna take me a minute to wake up. Feel better. Yeah, the 7 days of premium and the fish mounting, I think, is worth it always. Because, like, the fish mounting, I really care about because I've got a bunch of dumb little blue tags that I don't care about selling them, but I don't want to spend the money to mount them. Slept for like half yesterday. Jealous. I spent all night fucking cleaning up the house for this sleepover. And then I tried to go to bed early so I could get up in time for it. Because it's not normally my day. I was all excited to get my day off. Nope. And then I break my schedule just to have the girl go home in 2 hours. You know, living, parenting. Maybe if I was a cooler dad, wouldn't have happened. Alice was fucking pissed. So mad she cleaned up like all of their messes. Wondering, thank you for the 71 months. That fish is definitely because of your subscription, and I appreciate that. It's probably going to be a cool fish, and not a lame chum salmon. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Let's pretend it's a cool fish. She does rage clean just like her mother. Not you, Cinder. You're not her mom, I don't think. Be weird if you were. Aw, working night sucks. I know the feeling. Thanks for the sub, though. Thanks for being here. When you can. I try to sneak in those day streams, but those are usually during the hours that people sleep or work too, so. I clean because I feel obligated to. That's the only reason. Ugh, I always do this, man. My gut feels all gross, and I'm like, I can fix it by just drinking things, and then I just make myself feel even more gross. Here goes water. When really, I just fell asleep after eating a bunch of fucking pizza and marinara sauce. And that's why I feel gross. Huh, no good fish here anymore. It's been decided. No, I don't follow any of the drama going on. No, I'm not actually sick. It's just indigestion or whatever, heartburn is shit from. I literally came home, munched on pizza, fell asleep on the couch. Still where I didn't fucking pizza was laying next to me on the couch. I was still in my jacket and my shoes. Just not good adult choices. That's a decent fish. We take those. I just can't be fucking bothered to follow game drama anymore. Ooh, we take those. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I get the only thing I've been following is like the funny interactions between streamers on Twitter where like someone's been adamantly saying don't play fucking Harry Potter and simultaneously just like being friendly and chatty with people who have already tweeted Twitlongers saying why they're going to play Harry Potter. Duck! Thanks for the 80 months. Tell time to stop passing. You're in charge now, aren't you? You like time passing? Fuck you. Well, you are still just a baby, probably. Tiny fish, tiny fish. I just got a tiny fish. There's no way I was ever double your age, sir. Okay? That sounds like complicated drama. I don't even follow what's going on in chat, let alone... What? No, motherfucker! I'm 34 right this second! God damn it! Yeah, big yikes, asshole! No, when we hung out, I was like 25 and you were like fucking 18, okay? You can't dig out of this one, asshole. Fucking. Were you like 34 8 years ago? Christ on a crutch. I just have old man stories. I haven't discussed the health of my prostate much. To be fair, I did get divorced at like 25 or some shit. And have a kid at 24, so. I wasn't sure earlier in your tweet, Shiverwarp, who was the winner there. If it was you guys for having being the bigger loser, or us for being the slightly worse loser. Just doesn't feel like much to celebrate either, you know? A wonderful stat. Funny enough, we also have the most wins from behind. I think last I saw, including like a 5-0 comeback against Pittsburgh, who was on that list. Or 5-1, something like that. Something absurd. Tiny, tiny coho. Please be 900 grams. Oh, that's good enough. Are you on to Corey yet, Fellord? Trolling along, yeah. Corey was one of the best places. I think it's where the game really picks up. You can start affording to just spend money a little more willy-nilly. Like got today's been perch. Yeah, if you're spinning at your level, that's all you're gonna get. Better than getting bit off by pike over and over and over. $12-kilogram perch. Congrats on the world record. The unbeatable world record. That's a big difference, Vinny. Did you get a little bottom rod yet? That'll help you start catching knot perch. We like these. We like these a lot. Rat gang. I need to go sell before the fish in my inventory rot. Oh, I got time. Yeah, did you get another 10 kilo or whatever, 9 kilo? Shame this man. God. 42 years old. The worst part about that age shit is you guys can't even see how gray I am. Like, I got fucking a bunch of gray in my beard now. My whole head is gray. I might live for a while. I need to live at least 3 more weeks because I'm excited to go ice fishing. Since I have started fishing again the last few years, this is the longest I've gone without really fishing, and it sucks. So you pluck constantly in fear? That's fair. My daughter always pulls out my gray beard hairs when she sees them. 60 to 65. So my mother's side died really young, like early 60s, but my father's side, they live I had a great grandpa lived to like 103 or some nonsense. So I figure I got like a decent average in there. Well, 95 plus, damn it. You never know, kid. That shit's weird too, man. Some of the least healthy people I know, they're healthy lifestyle people I know, end up fucking ancient old men still fucking puffing away on a cigarette and drinking a beer. Damn, Minnie. That's young. Yeah, that's about both my grandparents, too. Scary because my parents are right there now, too. 64 and 65. Speaking of parents, I gotta pick mine up from the airport again soon. What is today? Shit, I gotta pick her up from the airport tomorrow? Ugh. She forgot me once in a tourist store when we were in Florida, so if I forget her at the airport for a while, it's only fair. Yeah, exactly, Lackett. You never know. The oldest dude to run the fucking marathon. Remember that article a few years back, and they asked him like what he was gonna do, and he's like, go down and have a couple of beers and smoke a cigarette." He's like 102, ran a marathon, gonna go down to the pub and have a couple beers and smoke a cigarette. Yeah, Bran, for sure. I saw one with an old lady where like she still fucking washed herself out of a wash bowl basin thing with a washcloth every night for, and that was on her like list of how to live to over 100. And it's like, bitch, ain't nobody gonna fucking put water in a bowl, carry it into bedroom with them, and give themselves a little wipe down. If that adds 2 years to my life, fuck it, I'll lose those 2 years. I don't want to deal with all that's a headache. Is that a purge? No. Yeah, before plumbing. But once you got plumbing, then you're like, hey, I don't need to fucking carry this bowl of water in and clearly. Well, and accurately too, Brandland. Bong. The boat that boat makes such a silly noise when it runs into things. The past had to stink, you know? It did. Even in my lifetime, the past smelled worse. I mean, Gary, Indiana. Anybody who had to drive through Gary, Indiana when we used to make steel there? Holy shit. It was 30 miles of just nose hell. Nah, it don't smell nothing like it used to. They just have a dump there now. Just regular old methane. I can't remember where there was a dog food factory we used to drive by a lot as a kid too, but that fucker stunk. Well, yeah, production stinks, man. I talked about this one not long ago, but my friend works at a paper mill that's been like controversy for 100 years. They used to dump in the river, tons of pollution. They stopped dumping in the river, blah blah blah. They used to use all these horrible chemicals to treat their paper and to reduce the smell. But they were getting all this flack from environmentalists, so they were like the greenest they've ever been. Like truly doing pretty low impact paper production and recycling. But then the city started complaining about how bad they stink, so now they have to add back in all these shit chemicals to make it not smell so bad so they can keep the local neighborhood off their ass. And like, that sounds like humanity in a nutshell. Cinnamon raisin. You don't get sick of it? I live near grapes, so for like 2 months out of the year, it smells abs. At night, it just smells absolutely fantastic. Just like the freshest, most delicious grape smell you've ever smelled. Then for like 2 weeks, it smells like rotten grapes, and there's a fuck ton of flies. But I mean, I assume you've learned too, Fellord, that the big reason we push bottom and spinning first is they share reels, right? So all you'd need is 2 rods, and you'd be pretty good to do a lot of bottom fishing. Still fishing? Listen, I wanted to fish yesterday, but then I had to clean the house for a fucking sleepover that didn't really happen. I wanted to fish all day today. Then I was too tired from the sleepover that didn't happen. So I'm getting in my fishing now. Do you, Lacquer? I can give you 1,000,000 of them. A million's an exaggeration, but a few. My mom raises chickens, and she's too polite / too much of a hoarder to say no to egg cartons when people give them to her for free. And there's all these dumb Facebook posts about keep your egg cartons and give them away to local egg fee fuckers. So I think my mom has more egg cartons in her house than any other object. Or all other objects combined. I was fishing on and off last night while I was doing laundry and cleaning. But I didn't get to fish. I didn't get to sit down and focus fish. It's different, okay? It's the TLDR of the Ruined Sleepover. The girl's 10, and 10-year-old children aren't good at sleepovers. I think. Hopefully there's not any reason. Nothing happened that I know of. I don't really like the girl. Alice loves her to death, but I don't really like the girl. I just find her to be very boring. I shouldn't say I don't really like her. I just find her very uninteresting compared to the rest of Alice's friends. She's kind of just bleh. Oh yeah, I never stayed anywhere when I tried once to stay at the murderer's house, but that was it. And then I never stayed anywhere until I was very old. I don't think I stayed anywhere until I moved in with a girl, actually. No. Yeah. Somewhere in there, I either moved into a van with my friend. Yes, a van. Not by a river. Or a girlfriend. I can't remember which one. Until I moved out, though. I didn't stay anywhere. I was a bedwetter, though, dude. Raptor Boy, yeah. Raptor Boy was my first sleepover. Corey's overpriced too. Remember that fella? Like 25, something outrageous at Corey. Probably the most expensive lake in the game. My house was just the flop house for all my friends. Most of my friends were amazingly had worse parents than me. My parents were fine, but you know what I'm saying. They were also poor. Their parents were alcoholics, drug addicts. Oh, gold prices are normalized, sure. I keep forgetting you're still doing that. No, I did a couple. Actually, I did a couple of Halo sleepovers. We didn't do a lot of sleeping. But still, I was old. At least like 13 before I started staying anywhere. We've had one girl though that's tried to stay here like every year since preschool and never made it through the night. I think last time she made it to like 4, and I was like, I think that counts. A very loud Pikachu alarm? Nice. Did he just say Pika P over and over? Or did he like start throwing out fucking thunderbolts and shit? It was awkward. Yeah, Alice does that, but she always has her phone, so she doesn't mind. My daughter hasn't failed a sleepover yet. The other day, I told her some shit like, well, Dad'll be awake if you need me. I'm up all night. Feel free to text me. She's like, Dad, I'm not my friends. I can make it through a night at a sleepover. Listen, kid. I'm telling you, as soon as she drives, she won't need me at all. I should just teach her now. Oh, my fish got away. I wasn't paying any attention. Driving at 10 seems appropriate. I don't know if it's still a thing, chicken, but you used to be able to drive young as a kid in a farm vehicle, actually, here. We have special trucks that run farm plates and farm gas and stuff like that, and kids used to be able to drive them early. I don't know if that's still the law or not, but it used to be. Even farm parents have gotten more protective of their children. Yeah, I was gonna say I thought it was like 13 or 14 or something. God, we had a kid died in a farming accident last year. It was awful. Or 2 years ago. Especially because small towns, so like the details got out, and like, sweet Christ. Some things you just don't want to hear about. Yeah, the way I remember the way it worked here was if it's just like kind of like a restricted license. They were allowed to drive as long as it was for farm use. So parents would let kids drive the farm vehicles and just, tell them if you get pulled over, say you're going here, say you're going there, kind of deal. But if they got caught fucking downtown in the fast food drive-through, they could be in trouble. One of my friend's dads bought a ton when we were like 13, 14, bought a ton of junk cars and let us all drive him around in his field because he thought it would be an educational experience for us. Uh, we rolled like 3 of them, and basically it turned into a fucking demolition derby. It was a progression thing. At first, it was. I mean, I guess mildly educational. About as educational as driving a fucking go kart. Not a ton of real world value in drifting a car across dirt, but the first rollover was a total accident, and his dad just came out and pushed it over with his Suburban. He's like, "All right, now be safe," and just left us at it. We got into this big fight with some local kids at a town that wasn't ours, and they ended up chasing us around like full on. The closest thing I've ever had to like movie action sequence in a car. They were chasing us all over town in a bunch of different cars, and eventually fucking chucked a tire iron through our window. So we drove to we drove to Walmart and bought goggles, snowmobile, no, snowboarding goggles. Busted out all the glass that was left in the windshield and drove to the police station to report the crime. And the cops were just like real assholes to us. Turns out a couple of the kids that were fucking with us were their kids. It was a whole country bumpkin situation. So then we just drove home with no windshield wearing snowmobile goggles. We drove that car around a lot like that when we were desperate. Definitely. See, we had practice, yeah. We ended up abandoning that car in a field. I wonder if it's still there today. One of the best times. I don't feel like I did as much stupid shit in cars. I respected their danger pretty young. I had my license like six months a year, and I remember thinking I've always wanted to do this, and just swerved off the road with a bunch of people in my car into a cornfield. And holy fucking shit, is that the scariest thing on the planet? Because you just get lost. You have no idea which way is which. You can't see fucking anything. And then when you finally blow back out onto the road, you have no idea if there's going to be traffic or nothing. Well, but once you're in there, you can't slow down or you'll get stuck. We used to have this fucking road next to my house that was all sand, and every fucking 2 days someone would be trapped in it because they'd try to drive through it all slow like it was a dirt road. No, you just had to fucking send it, or you're or you're stuck. But if you run into a gate or a person or a tractor or a fucking, it was terrifying. I did it one time and I was like, never again. That was a mistake. It's not a terrible hour. How tall is corn? It depends on the season you drive through it. Knee high by the 4th of July. I would say our corn probably reaches like 10 feet. We don't get as big a corn as if you go south. Like southern Indiana, they get some fucking monster corn. Burbot are only active at night. Really? I mean, you can catch them during the day, but they're really only active at night. They only feed below a certain temperature, if you read about them in the game. I don't agree that fish pieces work wonders for burbot. Night crawlers. You can also just leave, if you're not trolling 3 rods, you can also just like leave a rod on the island throughout the day. I prefer night crawlers. I think they do better for catch rate and catch more things. You can also catch char and whitefish and stuff on a night crawler. 16? I don't know that I've ever seen any 16-foot tall corn, but you don't have to have a ground bait cage. But ground bait may improve your bite if you get the mixture right. Well, and they in the last decade they've changed corn entirely too. Back when I was a kid, corn popped up in rows, you know, like the country songs be singing. Um, but in the last decade they've stopped planting in rows now, and everything is just this super tight, insanely packed corn. You can't even walk through that shit. It's impossible. Nah, not here anymore, Vinny. I mean, I guess you could call it a row, but they don't have separation between the rows anymore that you can move through them. We used to play paintball in cornfields and hide and seek and all kinds of shit. I mean, yeah, they drive in a straight line in Planet, but the classic corn row with a gap between shoulder width doesn't exist anymore in the States anyway. The only farmers that are still doing that are poor and outdated. I don't know if this was just a meme or a reality, but there's apparently a horror show coming out, movie show with sexually transmitted ghosts. Weirdest thing, like aliens or some weird crazy animal you've never seen before. I don't. Uh, I mean, I don't believe in any of that shit. I'm not gonna pretend like I haven't had some encounters that were like borderline unexplainable, but dude, Nebraska and Iowa is just 8 hours of corn. That's all you need to know. Yeah, if I was like one that was at a Twitch event, I took my ex-wife to some haunted ship she had seen on, and I don't believe in any of the ghost shit nonsense either. She loves ghosts though. And I took her to, I don't know, I think it was the Queen Mary or some really old ship that a bunch of the ghost hunters and shit shows had done that Twitch had a party at. And we're supposed to be restricted to this little area, but I was like, fuck that, let's go. I'm going to show you the ship and we can go ghost hunting. Uh, so we get to wandering around this ship by ourselves, and we end up in this little old piano bar. And there were these really cool big porthole windows. And my ex-wife jumps up in one in a skirt and just whole ass showing. And I'm like, honey, get down. There's a guy right there. And when she drops down and turns around, there's no dude there. But I swear to God, I saw a tiny little Asian man that looked exactly like Oddjob with a bowler hat and shiny shoes and like full tuxedo was standing in the room. And I saw him, but she never did. And like, I went running. It's a boat, so there's not like there's a ton of places to hide. So I went running out in the hall, and I'm trying to figure out where this dude went, and I couldn't find him. I still don't believe in ghosts. I'm sure it was just a dude that tucked into a room nearby um, after he saw my wife's ass. But you know, that's probably the like most coincidental, unexplainable thing that happened. And those places instill that kind of eerie, creepy feeling. Like when you walk out of this bar, it's literally just two what feels like infinitely long hallway. Well, one, but it goes both directions. Infinitely long hallway, and you can even see the curvature of the ship in the floor and stuff like that. Like it's, I mean, it's an unsettling feeling immediately. Even maybe the dude didn't exist at all, and I just didn't made it all up in my fucking anxiety brain. You know, like I just feel like there's 9 million explanations that aren't ghosts. Where my ex-wife would hang pictures on the wall with thumbtacks, and when they'd fall down 3 years later, it was a ghost, right? Like, and I'm like, no, that's just gravity and the fact that you won't stop using fucking thumbtacks as if they're goddamn nails. We were also all driving really late at night once in the country, and we're coming around this classic country road, goes from 55 to now there's like a double 90-degree S curve. And there was just this fucking old man, giant beard, mess of an old man standing in the middle of the road. We swerved off the road, jump out of the car, start yelling and screaming, and there's just no old man to be found. You know, a lot of those little dumb things. Again, probably just a fucking junkie or some fucking redneck all fucked up on moonshine who's like, fuck, I almost killed a bunch of kids. I better flee and not respond to their calls. But everyone else said ghost, you know? That's what makes Corey so good. It doesn't even stay dark long, so you can just troll the whole time without having to worry. A dog? No dogs. Oh, Scooby-Doo. Is that what we're doing? We doing Scooby? Two perch in a row on Yama? What is this? I actually have a worse ghost one than that, but I don't tell it frequently because it's dumb. Mainly because I don't have this one I don't have an explanation for, and except my brain, and I don't like to tell it because I'm sure I'm just a lunatic. Your house is haunted? I was like full on absolute depressed mess. Probably crying, but I wouldn't do that because I'm a fucking handsome stud of a man who never ugly cries. And I just heard someone come walking down the stairs. Like, you know, for sure walking down the stairs. And then there wasn't anybody there. And then I heard him walk across my sticky linoleum floor. And there wasn't anyone there. And then I swear to you, it felt like someone sat down on the couch next to me. And I was like, all right, time to leave and stop being a whiny, depressed little bitch. And I got up and left, you know? That was it. But again, if I ever had one of these situations happen, uh, like on a sunny day, that's why it's ghosts, right? Because again, I really do just believe we're fucking crazy, all of us, each and every one of us. You don't hear a lot of ghost stories of I was fucking sitting on a beach one day and really enjoying myself, and all of a sudden a fucking specter started beating me with driftwood. That doesn't happen, you know? It's always I was driving in the middle of the night. I was on a boat somewhere I shouldn't be. I was sitting in the dark alone crying. Uh, your brain's fucking wild. Yeah, Minnie. And I like I don't want to be inconsiderate to you, but like I can think of a million situations where I mean even this game, right? Where I leave my headphones on so I can hear my bells and get up and start wandering around cleaning, and I swear to God I hear my bells going off and run over to my chair and it's the birds. Uh I mean our brains do like a ton of assuming, like genuine science assuming and stuff like that too. Gold Neverfire, thank you for the 53 months. Prowler, it might be. I mean, I guess. Oh, dude, I get sleep paralysis so bad. I guess that's what you call it. That like I'm like lucid enough to know that I'm fucking paralyzed. It's awful. And it's so dumb because I tell myself like right now I'm telling myself like nothing bad has literally ever happened during it. It's always fine. You just got to fucking wake up the rest of the way. But as soon as it happens, I am just full panic. Like dream you're awake sometime, except you can't move. And worse, there's it's more lucid than a right because I have a lot of lucid dreams too. But um, so with for me, I can literally start making noise. I can start going like I'm not gonna do it, but moaning and trying to get because I used to have a someone else in my bed, so I could literally start moaning until she would like wake up and shake me awake, and I'd be fine. Um, I can try to move and not move, right? Like I'm lucid enough that I'm actually trying to move. I'm trying to get my brain to work, brain body connection to work. Now that I live alone, I literally start trying to wiggle my fingers until eventually I'm moving my fingers until eventually I can move my whole hand and then I can usually get up. And I don't know why, but every time it's super panic inducing because like literally nothing bad has ever happened. It's just it's not much different than waking up with an arm asleep and you know it's gonna suck, but you just gotta get through it. The double arm asleep, when you wake up with the double arm asleep, try to get up and just can't move. Yeah. It's amazing we don't like break a finger or a wrist or something. We being me, or anyone who else experiences frequent numb limbs in their sleep. I can't tell you how many times I've tried to jump up out of bed in a hurry and my arm is asleep and I just fucking fold up on it. Like, oh. Yeah, leader spools suck just by line, Fellord, for majority of the time because you get so much more. Also, don't be afraid to just ask for leaders for the same reason because we all have like 150 meters of leader line that we're never going to get through. Pick when it's like literally that is so awkward when you can like lift it up and drop it. Oh, I get that, Fellord. Like yesterday when I sent you that thing, like you know, do what you're comfortable with. I didn't take any free shit until I was much higher. The only one I wouldn't, like, genuinely don't waste your fucking time is lure crafting, man. It is a crazy money sink, and we've got a few people who already do it in the guild. If you want crafted lures, just send them the materials, you know, World of Warcraft style. I don't know if it's just an old age thing, but I don't wake up without an arm of sleep anymore, and it's got to be unhealthy. I feel like it's just got to be bad for your circulation, or a sign of terrible circulation, or really bad case of insomnia. I don't. I've never had to deal with that, and luckily, thank God. Sounds awful. How's my blood pressure? I don't know. I'm 34. I don't check my blood pressure regularly. I had to take Alice to the dentist yesterday, day before. Whenever I had to take Alice to the dentist, she's got to get braces in the year or two. She's pissed. I told her she should be grateful that because her teeth all came in really young. She's on to 2 baby teeth at 10, which is pretty young. I said, you should be grateful because you're going to have your braces. You're going to be done with braces before you even care about boys. She didn't think that was very funny, but in the end, she'll understand what I meant. Though she was playing doctor with the girl that was over today. And I texted my ex-wife, and I'm like, isn't that the game that TV and movies has warned us about? That's the one, right? I should see about donating blood because Alice said she wanted to, which I thought was very adorable because she's the same kid that's bawled her eyes out because she had to get a strep throat test. But she was willing to donate blood to help people. Oh, also at the dentist, so the dental assistants or whatever did like the fluoride treatment and a cleaning, and then the doctor comes in, and I asked some questions because she had this tooth when she was young that broke, and then they pulled it out. Uh-oh, we got a bot thing coming. I just turned follower mode on, Mini. Though, I don't think that'll solve anything because they all just followed me. How many was that? That was insane, dude. I've never seen my dashboard do that before. Oh, not that many. You can set it for any amount of time, but usually just any amount prevents most of it. You can say, yeah, I only knew because they just like I got like 100 follows at once. And when every single one of them has a generic number combination at the end, you know it's bots. See, yours isn't even generic though. You at least took the time to do 1, 2, 3. These try to be even more generic. It's just random consonants and vowels. The occasional autofill name like Moonworker. Actually, like in this one, managed to like put the vowel consonants in the right place. Oh, there's a wine cap man 145. That one's a real words. But the rest of them are gibberish. But they did do like consonant vowel at least, so they you could attempt to pronounce them. Yeah, small player base and records just reset 2 weeks ago, so the US player base is the least competitive. Except I think like one of the generic others or something like that. Well, the follower time is up and they haven't done anything yet, so I think we might be safe. I miss Sexy Julia. Or whatever it was. I think that's what it was. Naked Julia, yeah. Because she never like spammed chat, you know? Just the occasional message to remind you of her. I'm really annoyed with this fucking. Uh, Speaking of porn ads, uh, Jerkmate ad that I keep getting every time I go to watch porn. Because it just fucking says jerkmate over and over and over. Like, it starts fake glitching out. Jerkmate, 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 jerkmate. And it's like, call it. Shut up. I haven't turned my volume down yet. This game, yeah, I get a lot of this game will make you come in 20 seconds. Which is like, yeah, so. Fucking Russian Fishing 4 makes me come in 20 seconds if I try hard enough too. I only watch porn on my phone. I can't watch porn here on my computer because one of you filthy little hackers might be watching me. And see that I haven't done any bush maintenance in a while. Have a good one, Hannah. Alright, and Justin gave me the idea of the camera cover. That way you could feel comfortable jerking off at your computer. But the one time I used it, I forgot to take it off. So that it was like super obvious what I just got done doing. You know, actually, I did that because I was fucking, and I thought it was a respectful thing to do. It's the little things that, you know, women don't notice you do for them. Like, put a little sticky note on your camera. Just in case chat's watching. I never do it when I'm masturbating. Whatever. Speaking of cameras, my little camera hat fell down. Keeps me from getting all washed out by the light. I feel like most things I could recover from. If Chad accidentally saw me masturbating, pissing, shitting, changing, all of those things I could recover from. But if you saw me fucking, that would just be a forever problem. For me and whoever I was fucking. It's a mouse, but yeah, rat gang. Be a huge career move. It's happened more times, not fucking, but masturbation and porn has happened more times than people talk about. At least the audio side of it, which is pretty funny. I have a wireless mic, so it's always with me. When I get up to go take a shit or take a piss, it's on me, and I'm amazed that I haven't accidentally. Listen, I just don't want my. I don't know. The whole talking about my sex life post streaming feels wrong. Cause like you've met most of them. And that's not fair, you know? That's unfair. I don't like the deepest hole, Fellord. My favorite hole is the like front hole in front of the island. I don't think the deepest hole does better and it's a pain in the ass to get into. If you haven't found the website either, rf4.info has interactive maps so you can actually see like how far you need to cast and line clipping. I don't know if you've learned about line clipping. Yeah, see, I don't mind me. It's when it's other people involved that I feel guilty. And I feel like it's unfair. I shouldn't, though. I don't know why I'm so nice to people. I mean, I'm I have not slept with all of my mods. Not even all of my female mods. So take that. And most of them, nope. Some of them were modded after we slept together. Is that better in my mind? Absolutely. It doesn't. It actually makes perfect sense. Chat's just an asshole. It's better. I mod them because I want to see the same reason I mod streamers and stuff, so I can see when they chat because they're more important than you. Damn it. Exactly, Slash. It just makes sense. So most VIP didn't exist then. No, 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 no. That doesn't mean I want to fuck you, but I think it's a step in the right direction towards sleeping with you. Trust. That's the funny part is everyone's like, wow, what a scumbag. But really, it's like, I trust you enough to mod my channel, uh, which is also a step in I might eventually want to get to know you to fuck you, you know? If I was sleeping with a bunch of viewers that I'd never met and had not interacted with, it would actually be worse. I don't ask anyone to mod. It's just a tag so I can keep track of them. I prefer if they don't mod. It's too personal. A lot of mods feel obligated, and some of you might mod in streams, and I genuinely feel like it's a common problem all over Twitch where mods feel obligated to be there. Probably not as much as they used to be. It used to be cooler than it is now. They feel obligated to be there, but frequently aren't paying attention, and they just see something in chat and time it out or ban it without knowing the conversation that's happening. And that's why I stopped modding people, because I used to have people get banned, timed out, because we were talking about fucked up, crude shit, and someone in chat participated and a mod wasn't. Or people have their own opinions that aren't the streamers and time out and ban for that. They have got better mod tools, a lot better mod tools now. But it's not that hard to mod a stream on your own either. We had like over 10,000 people during Cobalt marathons and did it with one mod. Yeah, exactly, Phil. I mean, as a guy that people call Dick, the amount of times I go into a stream, say hi, and people start getting banned for saying hi back to me is hilarious. I used to stream with this non-English guy. He raced Isaac and stuff, but his thing was doing the truffle shuffle after he'd win an Isaac race. And I remember I came into a stream and we were talking, and he said, "I don't." I asked him a question, and his answer was, uh, "Do I shake my fat dick?" Just instant perma banned. Punctuation and capitalization is key in that statement. He was going for the like, "Does a bear shit in the woods?" and went with, "Do I shake my fat dick?" Uh, but a lot of the PG streams, like Giesling and stuff like that, I gotta be really careful, even speaking. Yes, that was the statement he was trying to make, but he did it with zero punctuation or capitalization. I think I modded him at one time. I tried to do some cross modding during the marathon stuff, Calisigro. Nah, thank for the tier 2 in the 86 months. Let me see your shake. Let me see you shake your fat dick. I wish I could, honestly. They do have other pitches. There's also just a flashy light and a beeper. But they cost more. I used to have the bells here on my desk so I could shake them, the IRL bells. They did a really good job with them, too. Because they sound very, very close to the IRL bells. Which, after playing a bunch of modern or newer fishing games, I got to give these devs all the credit in the world that they took the time to sound clip the correct bell for fishing. Bells, plural. It's the little things, man. I'm sure one of those bells is still laying here. My desk is just such a mess. Nipple clamps? Makeshift nipple clamps? What the fuck is that? Head aid? Roll on? Oh, 100% pure essential oil. What the fuck is it for? Apply on back of neck, upper shoulders, or temples. Woo! Is this gonna? I got a headache. I put it on my glasses. What's this gonna do? Essential oils, baby. Oh no, that smells. I hate that. That was a bad choice. Why is this on my desk? That goes in the garbage. Werther's Original. A method feeder bait former. So you can get your bait ball formed correctly on your method feeder. The dick hammer. Where's my bell? No, you can't do that. Why would you? No. Probably Fellord. I don't know how current they are. Uh, I'll show you in a second. Yeah, that's basically the gist of it. I look for the shared points first. What are you? You know, spinning reel is shared in. If you haven't noticed, it's shared in all three skills. Um, do you still get one free point reset too? Because I would actually recommend just kind of go crazy until you are higher level and then reset. But don't do it until you, because like early on you're gonna start out with feeder rods because it's the only thing you can buy, and then later you'll want to switch over to carp rods, and those feeder rod points are kind of worthless IMO. They really don't serve any purpose. It's funny because I think that Mr. Wolf guy frequently thinks when you guys are talking to me that you're talking to him because I'm pretty sure he's like the only guy that doesn't watch the stream. And he's just going on about kayak inventions. Dig that. Yeah. I don't know how he got here. I really don't. There's a few people that I don't know how they ended up in our fishing chat. Yeah, that's what I assumed. Or just somebody was randomly talking to him on Discord and stuff. I blame Templar, personally. So I just like not. We can't have this debate because he can't hear me. But like, I call bullshit on the whole kayak invention for narwhals. Because like we've had canoes already, and what is the difference between a kayak and a canoe? You can tell me you couldn't do what you do in a canoe versus a small canoe? Is there is a difference? Yeah. Kayaks you sit lower in the water, usually right at water level, and the paddle is double sided. Yeah, I would assume it's sort of a true story that they evolved the canoe to be a more efficient vessel for hunting. I don't know how they would have known about vitamin C, though. And I'm not sure if the recognition of vitamin C existed before kayaks, but I'm gonna guess no. And was probably more a coincidental they survived off it, and this is why than it was they knew. It can kill you, yeah. Predators in general are very dangerous. That's why we don't eat them a lot. Same goes with big old fish, like sharks and stuff have a lot higher mercury count. Um, yeah, predator meat in general is riskier. Yeah, I don't really love kayaking in current, and I would much rather sit in a canoe in current. Because I feel it's a far easier ride and you can do a lot more steering rudder style. Because most of your steering in a canoe in current can just be done as a rudder, and you don't have to do a lot of paddling. But on slack water, kayak is a far superior vessel. Yeah, they are doomed, and that's why I specifically said like big old predator. Yeah, almost all fish are predators. There's very, very, very few. Like I'd be curious what the percentage is, but if I had to guess, it's like less than 5% of fish are non-predator. I don't know a single North American species that doesn't eat meat. Salmon, cod. I don't know a lot about cod, but salmon definitely eat fish. Um, but it's a size thing, right? So if I understand it correctly, it's the problem is shark eats salmon. Salmon already did all that consuming of meat. Now shark eats twice as, a fuck ton of salmon that already did all that meat eating. And someone used a fancy word, bioaccumulation. Like the shark basically just is constantly eating bigger predators as well as already being big to begin with. Um, yeah, like our salmon and trout species here live off bait fish. Yeah, there are some filter feeders that I don't know if you'd classify them as predators or not. I would leave them off the list just because, for simplicity's sake, but even fish that people don't think are big predators are, though, like bluegill, and I mean, they eat a lot of minnows. But forage fish still probably means eating the dead, right, Unweaver? They might not be doing the murder, but they're picking up the scraps. Not literally everything. There's accidental consumption. There are actually herbivore fish, like grass carp. It's just on plankton, but you haven't asked them. Because I know, like, fucking minnows will come over and nibble on your fucking toes. But it's pretty hard to eat in the water and not. Oh, yeah, they'll come. Like, they pick shit off your feet. They don't know what it is. They just. Exactly. That's what I was going to say, Lacquered. Even herbivores, it's pretty hard to eat and not end up consuming some sort of biomass. Or whatever you want to call it. Some sort of living organism. Yeah, you can actually go to, like, silly ass salons and get minnows to clean your feet. Something that sucks algae off rocks? Same deal. I bet it accidentally consumes then, Calistigro. Not, I think a lot of fish, it won't be its target, but it'll accidentally consume, right? Leucosmus are suckerfish, and they get massive, though. You see them in aquariums and think they're little tiny fish, but they actually get pretty fucking substantial. And I think it would be hard for them to avoid accidentally eating larvae and stuff that live in the water when sucking. Well, misconception as well, Doomtrout. Goldfish can't get that big and aren't just carp. There's this wives' tale that a goldfish let go will just become a carp and grow massive. They get bigger than you'd expect, but they're bigger than the aquarium, but they don't get that massive. I had like 8-year-old goldfish. That might be an example. They were old though. A lot of years for a goldfish in a large pond, and they got, this big or so. Yeah, but they're not common carp. They don't become a 35 kilo common carp. But most gold that I really one of the nastiest things I think we do to fish is aquariums. There are very, very, very few species of aquarium fish that actually live anywhere near. It's like one of the few animals we keep in captivity that lives anywhere that doesn't increase its lifespan. It drastically decreases its lifespan, its potential growth, and all that shit. But they just fish. Nobody cares, I guess. I don't know. Always been a weird one to me. I had a Plecostomus that was like the friendliest fish on the planet, and I loved him to death, and it made me really sad when uh, we had him in a 55-gallon tank, which is a pretty good sized tank, and he got like 12, 14 inches long, but his tail's still permanently bent due to the way he's like to sit in the aquarium, and he couldn't straighten it out anymore, in which I started doing research as a teen about it, and like finding out that like every single aquarium fish is just dwarfed by its conditions and its lifespan is cut in thirds is pretty saddening. He never jumped out and committed suicide, no. He just lived a long ass time and then died. Like a animal. I mean, I obviously don't have a high respect for fish. I fish. But certainly IMO, and it's an equivalent torture to catching them with a hook. Where the fuck is that other rod? I know where. Yeah, and pretty standard life expectancy cut, like I said, for. Well, now here's the other side of that, though. Most fish don't survive, period. Uh, like, they don't survive friedom. They get eaten incredibly young, right? So. My rods are all fucked up now. Oh no. What have I done? Which is why fishermen, you know, that respect fish, that care about fishing as a hobby, we throw back the big ones and eat the little and medium ones, right? Because fish survival rates go up tremendously the bigger they get. I mean, just like one little medium black rat. Craneball named the 52 months. Yeah, goofball. Plecos are not a great aquarium fish. Though everybody thinks it was. I know when I was a kid, it was kind of the idea you'd get one to keep your tank clean. And they shit so much that, and they get so big that 12-foot wall aquarium. Yeah, my uncle had one, dude. He could get in it for Oscars and shit like that. A bunch of wild saltwater fish. I'd rather just have a fucking pond. An aquarium house. Oscars are freshwater? Maybe I'm wrong then. Maybe it wasn't Oscars. I thought it was saltwater, but maybe he swapped it around. I was a kid. I don't remember. Had sharks. I'm not surprised. After I met dude with alligator in the basement of his bike shop, nothing surprises me. I remember when my little brother was like 5 or something, they had tiger cubs at like the mall, and you could go get your pictures with them and play with them. And it was super funny to me that they just kept telling all these children, don't turn your back to them. Do not turn your back to them. And I'm like, man, this seems like a really bad idea to trust children with a pet that you don't trust if they turn their back to them. Yeah, that's the debate, right? Doomtrout, like, the good life thing is such a silly one, too. Like, farmers, people use that all the time against factory farming, too. Like, buy your meat local because at least the animal gets a good life. And it's like, and then he gets his fucking killed. He gets. I'm just saying, if you're gonna kill me, do it when I'm really depressed, not when I'm thrilled to be alive. Don't kill me at my high. Kill me at my low. Is giving an animal 8 months of hell before you kill it really that much better than giving an animal 16 months of a decent life before you kill it? I don't know, man. I think it's just mental gymnastics. Just some argument that makes us feel better, and that's fine. I mean, that's cool, but I do agree with you there. I think that livestock is different than pets. Kind of. I don't think I'll ever own a pet again. Unless, well, that's probably not true because I have a kid, but I don't personally want one. Well, yeah, because they're the like, my dogs. I've had them for years. It's sad to not get to see them as much. But like, and it's not that I don't like pets or love, pets. I just there's a guilt association that goes along with it. I just don't think the pet industry does anything good. You know, I don't think it does anything good for the animals or the world. Uh, I call bullshit on that, Prowler. How can you do research on what tastes good when taste is an independent opinion? You make the same people, but that doesn't mean it tastes better. It means it tastes better to that person. That doesn't mean you won't find people that enjoy the other way around. The problem is there is no good control because we all have individual tastes. Yeah, I don't know why we're having this discussion at all. Because you're agreeing with me that it's not like good, accurate science. I mean, you're agreeing by telling me I'm right. Or disagreeing by telling me I'm right, which is an interesting way to disagree. What quantifies a happy cow? Yeah, but like I guarantee you, the scientists didn't say this meat tastes better either, though, Lacquer. They because that would be just a bad uh, hypothesis or whatever you want to use for whatever they would have called it, because that wouldn't be factual. If more people preferred this meat than that meat, that might be true, but they still wouldn't say this one tastes better because that's just not a scientific answer. Because taste is 100% preference. That's more research for flavors and drinks and things like that, right? I wouldn't even. What are you arguing about? They're not arguing. I just think that the idea that meat tastes better when it's happy is a silly science, because taste isn't individualized. Remember, cucumber flavored Gatorade exists, right? So taste science can suck my dick. Just full stop. Don't care about taste science. Cucumber Gatorade exists. I do think like I said, you can make the argument that there's a better preference. I don't think saying tastes better is the appropriate wording. I think you could make the argument absolutely 100%, say that more people enjoy, prefer, choose, blah blah blah. But like grass-fed beef is always a funny one to me because like if you've ever had true 100% pure grass-fed beef, it's a very very unique taste. I personally don't like it, wouldn't buy it. Um, but you know, good old Ladoga, giving it a go. Haven't hit a single fucking fish yet. Good sign. It was dark. We're gonna blame it on dark. Flamin' Hot Cheetos, Mountain Dew, yeah. Pringles, Reese's exist. The shaft, yeah. The balls were hot for a while, Jesse. Everyone was really working over the balls for a while. But then it became this stretch. Well, people were down here, I think, first. Wait, am I in the wrong? It's this stretch. That's why. I'm in the wrong stretch. That doesn't help. I think this was the hot stretch the other day. I don't know. It moves around. I honestly think that Archipelagio, you could just about troll randomly and do just as good as trying to find a pattern. A lot of the flamin' hot flavors are getting super popular right now with fucking kids, and it's like just TikTok success. IMO. We had them too. I know that we had dumb flavors that weren't good, that were just trendy. Hot tamales and F tier candy? I'll fucking ban you, you piece of shit. Broccoli, thank you for the 56 months. C minus? Suck my whole dick. All right, you got to break candy down into their, in like the Brits do, like sweets and lollies, and we got to separate candies first of all. Next, you're gonna tell me, just get out of here. Just leave. Can't ban you all. Yes, I can. No, they're far superior, Mike and Ike's. Mike and Ike's are worthless. Why are you a perch? Be something else. Do I like Red Hots? I mean, the flavor of a Red Hot is okay, but they're nearly inedible candy. Yeah, like you can fucking, they're a choking hazard. You can inhale them. The whole, I haven't even seen a Red Hot in forever. I figured they melted down all the Red Hots and made Fireball. Yeah, they all got used up for whiskey. Fireball is also disgusting while we're talking about it. Listen, as someone who doesn't drink and just tried a bunch of liquors, wait till you find out that my favorite liquor was Goldschlager. You want to talk about a fucking worthless, a worthless dumb drink. It tasted good though. It was stupid and memey at best with the real gold flakes. Do they even make that anymore? But it tasted good. They do. Goldschlager and some Jaeger. I'd drink either of those if I was an alcoholic. It was about 75 cents of gold per bottle. Yeah, I believe that. No, I don't like peppermint schnapps. I never had a schnapps I liked. I remember this dude added me on Facebook the other day. I told all these crazy stories about this guy once, but my girlfriend's uncle was a real fucking alcoholic lunatic. Uh, we went to the movie theater, and he's like, let's get a bunch of stuff to take into the theater with us, which I'm familiar with that. I grew up poor. You know, you're going to load up on your fucking milk duds. Fuck, you might even make a bag of popcorn and sneak that in your pants. No. He got like every flavor of schnapps, a pint of every flavor of schnapps that existed, and we were all like 15. I think my favorite drinking story ever was I put my sobriety on the line. We went to this frat party at Western, and uh, I started bullshitting with the dude who ran the house or whatever about foosball because they had a foosball table. And that led to some shit talking, which led to a bet of loser has to drink a bottle of Jaeger. And he picked his like roommate that lived there in the house for them to play with him, and I didn't have anyone with me to that knew foosball, so I started asking around trying to find a partner, and ended up with some fucking emo girl who was decent at foosball, and we won by 1 point in a very close game, and it was wonderful. And he chugged Jaeger until he threw up, and screamed and yelled at his roommate until the roommate left. It was just a beautiful experience where I gambled my sobriety. I'd never drank and was going to bet I'll drink a whole. And like I would have had to follow through. There was no escaping that situation had I lost. There's sea fishing is the next patch, but it won't be. I doubt it'll be any kind of real deep sea. I dodged the stomach pumping. I dodged alcohol poisoning for sure. I was supposed to play with Pasty. Some of you remember Pasty Swag because he loved Jaeger. Knew that he's the reason I was there. Knew the owner of the house hated Jaeger. Couldn't drink it anymore. That was how the whole bet got started. And then Pasty wandered off with some fucking lady, and I lost my partner, so I ended up having to find a new partner. She was pretty cool though. We ended up hanging out for a while, a few weeks after that. But I loved how mad he got at his roommate. They were like, super bro, best friends, frat house buddies. And he lost his goddamn. I've never lost in my own house. Very good. Loved it. We had a local bar that was run by a dude who used to play semi professional foosball in like the 70s. And so we would go there after school and hang out. He would let us hang out. They also brewed their own root beer, and he would let us hang out, drink root beer, and play foosball all day and teach us some shit. That motherfucker, I'm not kidding you, would snap the ball because you're not the spinning shit. None of that's allowed in real foosball. Um, but that motherfucker would snap his wrist so hard that you'd like hear it explode every time he fucking shot the ball. It was insane. I've never seen anyone so fucking wild at foosball. He'd beat us 2-on-1, 3-on-1. He'd play just the goalie and win. He was absolutely unreal at foosball. I mean, he made money competing in foosball tournaments. You gotta assume that at one point it was new and trendy and cool and competitive, like pool, or they were at least put an effort into trying to make it that way. I wonder how those wrists are holding up now. Great question. But God, was it impressive. I would have liked to have seen. This was before like I had a smartphone and could just Google things, but I would have liked to have seen, and I should Google it someday now, to see like footage of competitive foosball, because I mean he could hit the ball so fucking fast you couldn't see it. So it's got to just be like anything else, like competitive darts. Have you ever watched competitive darts? IMO, it's like the lamest shit on the planet because they're just so goddamn good. Like, it's impressive that they're that good, but it's just not that fun to watch because it feels like, I don't know, it's very weird. Yeah, who goes first wins argument, and it becomes this strategy of positioning and all that kind of shit too, right? Like, very weird sports. They should put like have fucking kids run across in front of them while they're throwing darts as a distraction or something to hit the dart. Maybe not kids. You know, the longer I think about this, maybe use adults. Yeah, bowling's close, yeah. But they do, I don't know. Make the dart. Oh, you could just make the dartboard move. Now you're thinking. I like kids running in front of the dartboard personally. Bowling. I was gonna say bowling has that. They still 300 isn't still a guaranteed thing, or even like a. I have all my grandpa's 300 bowling rings. Yeah, for sure, Jasky. I remember playing at a lane once that was just exceptionally good for all of us, and some old timers next was like, "Yeah, this something to do with how it's oiled, and it just worn out. It almost had like a trench that it would fall into before it hit the ball or the pins." Yeah, but anyway, there's a lot of sports that they're like we're just too good at to where it feels less competitive. Though it's probably more. That's a pike. Definitely less interesting to watch, though. It was the same with Isaac races, right? Like, when people were just on a runaway victory, can't lose, no fun to watch. Competitive lawn darts. I'm here for it. I love all the random sport shit that gets thrown on Facebook, and I never know the like how realistic it is, or if it's just something people because people film some crazy fake shit too. Like the slapping one, just the excitement. Thank you, Jasky. We appreciate it. Like the slapping one though, I love to see that one show up on my reel every once in a while just because it's like always disproportionate as fuck. It's just one fucking dude from Missouri with zero neck, all fucking head and shoulders, and some giraffe across from him who's like obviously about to get slapped stupid. Curling? I think curling would be a ton of fun to play. I don't know that I could watch it all the time. I do watch it every Winter Olympics, but I don't know that I could watch it constantly. But it seems like it would be an absolute blast to play with friends. Like instead of going to the fucking pool hall and having some beers, go out on the fucking curling ice and have a few beers would be a ton of fun. Is it that hard, Pabster? Because that would be the other only issue if it's too hard to even play casually. We'd need like amateur-sized curling arenas. I know they do it locally at the ice hockey rink here every so often. Just play shuffleboard? Yeah, but it's not the same as curling because I'm on the ice. That's fun. Done it twice and getting the weight right. Yeah. But enjoyed it. Okay. It was still good enough you could have fun doing it. Cuz like I wanted to get into bowling and golf, but I feel like they're both too difficult to get into, to learn, to ever enjoy. Anyone can pick up. I don't agree with you that anyone can. I mean, anyone can throw a ball down a lane, sure. Who could slide without eating shit? Yeah, see, that would be fun. You're a 3 league bowler. Yeah, that's a lot though, dude. That's a ton of fucking bowling. And going out bowling, I guess what would make curl. I think what would make curling fun is everyone would be mad. It would be shit. You know, it's like Smash Brothers. Smash Brothers is one of the greatest games in all existence to play with your friends when you all suck. But if you have one friend who's just really good at Smash Brothers, it's not any fun at all to play. That's what I was wondering, Phil. I'd be curious to try it and see. Handicaps doing. My brother's in a bowling league right now, and I think he bowls like on average a 90, and I just think it's adorable. He's like 38 and bowling a 90 in a league. Super happy to. I don't know. My brother doesn't get super happy. He's also the funniest looking bowler I've ever seen in my life and refuses to change. But he bowls with a completely stiff body, is the only way I can explain it. His arm, his legs, none of them bend, which results in the ball just either flying too far down the lane or smashing directly into the floor below him. Just incredibly rich. Yeah, the thud of my brother bowling. And the look. If he could walk without bending his knees, he probably would. Bebop, thank you for the 67 months. Did no one teach him how to bowl? No. And some people just aren't good at learning. It is very interesting to see visually. Every time I see it, I expect his elbow to snap. I don't know how he manages to keep his elbow straight. While I could see this if you lean hard into it. I've seen a good straight arm throw, but the fact is his legs are also so straight. He doesn't tip. He doesn't lean. It's just the straightest bowling you've ever seen. And he's smart, like way smarter than anyone else in my family. So you'd think he'd be the one who would like immediately recognize this is an inefficient bowling strategy, but if it weren't for the fact that he's 5'6", I don't think it would physically work at all. But he's short enough. Because if he was 6'4", he'd throw the ball halfway down the lane. I like bowling. It's a good time. I'm no good at it, but it's a good time. Again, though, like Smash Bros., I think it's a lot better time when you're playing with people who are all equally meh. Dragging is nope, nope, nope. Yeah, it's a sweet spot for me in there, hand me. I gotta do like that's the problem. I gotta do like 3 games. The first one I'll be at utter garbage. The second one I'll feel like I'm finally getting the hang of it. Things are lining up. I'm getting a rhythm down. I'm getting a pattern. And then the third one, I'm too tired to continue with that pattern, and I absolutely blow it. But I need to try that third one because the second one gave me so much hope for number 3. It does reel very slow, Pat. What they're saying is true. Does that make it not worth it? I don't know, man. I got 2 of them. The Tagara's a far stronger reel. It's a much more enjoyable reel to use. And it's only 3 grand more, which really isn't that much when you're at 17 grand. I bought the 2 Overlords because I want to try fucking around with them with heavier rods and locking them for catfish and stuff. I'll probably never do it, but that was my concept. Was my next step now is to buy the big rods and then go to Vengas, but yeah, Lolan. It's a hard thing. I mean, it's a hard thing with video games too, for sure. That matching skill levels are trying to find a way to make it enjoyable for all. I feel that even fishing with my little brother sometimes, man, I get out there and just catch 25 fish in a row and he catches nothing and I'm like, dude, I'm trying to help you. And then that can be just as frustrating though when someone's trying to teach you and you're not picking it up, you're not getting it, you're not feeling it. I think I've told you this before, Calstream. My dad was pretty fucking stellar at pool, has a ton of pool trophies. But when he quit drinking, he just can't play pool anymore. He just can't do it. I don't know if it's just the triggering for him or what, but he just can't play pool anymore. It was a big fear with me in quitting smoking and video games too. But now I just vape and replace it with that. That is in a bar. Yeah, I think that's part of it. Even when he'd take us as kids, he just couldn't get into it, couldn't play well. I think he was just too much of his brain was thinking about his addiction. Never got good at that one either. I think we got to play pool at when I go up north fishing. Look forward to embarrassing myself in front of a bunch of good old boys. They also were sharing the menu today. We're doing a week borderline camping. We have motel rooms, but we're gonna spend the entire day on the ice. Just use the motel to sleep. Uh, so they were sharing the menu today, and I was looking at it going, I don't need any of that, but here goes nothing. I wouldn't call it like glamping because we're gonna be sitting out in fucking single digit temperatures all day. This has got to be beans involved. Yeah, gotta be. I don't even know what's in a stromboli. Who knows? Could be beans. Bring snacks and hide them in your jacket? Absolutely. Stromboli's just rolled up pizza? Fuck yeah. That sounds tight. It'll probably have onions in it, though. They put onions in everything. Stop jumping. I'm gonna get this fucker bit off, aren't I? Yeah. It's just like pizza, you choose your... Well, I'm not gonna be baking it. What else did they say? I don't know. He's making some... The one I won't touch. I won't even... I don't know. I might try to pretend like I'm eating it. Depending on the scenario, how easy can I hide the fact that I'm not actually eating it? I don't know. God, where's my phone? I should not have my phone. Where the fuck is my phone? What was it? It was some kind of casserole. But there's all kinds of shit in there I don't want to fuck with. Definitely onions in that. Pretend to choke on it. Just die. It kind of looks... I don't even know what this is. Burritos. Don't eat burritos. We'll live. We'll survive. I made it through jail food. I can survive anywhere now. They do mini later on, but I don't think you're high enough level to have to worry about it. Rather than what 6 other guys are eating. I mean, that seems fine to me. I wouldn't be upset with that. Stromboli sounds like pizza, and pizza's good. Okay, it's kind of rude to not offer to buy some food for them. I don't think I'd ever choose a hot dog over a steak, but there are scenarios where, like, just, you know, some good old camping food is fun. Oh wow, a lot of people going back to Balsamino, huh? Don't see this guy at the top anymore. Yeah, I think we're going to stay with this crazy guy who lives up there in this frozen wasteland hellhole town, tiny town up there near the UP. And he sounds like a bit of a nut. So we'll see if the food's any good. It's only 4 days. They don't even need to eat in 4 days. Not when I'm fishing. Just give me a good supply of coffee and I should bring a toilet seat and just set that fucker right over a hole on the ice. I think that'll work. That'll work. Depends on how thick the ice is. Boy, that was a slow fucking garbage day of fishing. Really bad. Calzones are tight, but they are never priced well compared to a pizza. I get a calzone, I'm gonna eat it all in one sitting, and it costs as much as a goddamn pizza. I'm an efficient eater, you know? I could get the calzone that I enjoy more and get one meal out of it. Or I get the pizza that I enjoy slightly less and get 2 or 3, depending on how hungry I am. Is the presents done, or can you still fish up presents? Should be done, right? You have to fish in one spot to get the presents. There's a dock with a sign that has a present on it. What the fuck's a Panzerotti? My Panzerotti does 19. Wait, 85? Are kind of shit. You just have to have a lot of marinara. I saw that fish jump before that rod bent. That was actually cool. You haven't seen said dock. It's right the main dock in town where the I like that he specifies don't drive. Not can't drive, just don't drive. I don't know why, but I've always appreciated that line. It probably just sounded better in the lyrics. But in my mind, he was making a point. Where are you at, young Thomas? God damn it, Mr. Walsh. Looks like worse pierogies. I said, I think pizza requires a dip. Wait till you hear that this guy gets marinara with his pizza and dips his pizza in the marinara. No, it comes with sauce. I just like a lot of marinara. Heartburn City. Take me there. So my like general ritual, once a week ritual, is I get a pizza, a side of marinara. I eat half the pizza and the whole thing of marinara, and then I have the half left over for the next day that I don't use the extra. I can eat it either way. I just, if the marinara is an option. You don't like to dip things. It's messy. I don't bother getting the second one because I don't think it keeps that well. Gets all coagulated. 138 force. On Ladoga, we need grid locations. Yeah, I don't know. I should try just ordering my pizza with extra sauce instead. I don't know. I don't mind dipping. Plus, the dip for the crust is great. Who needs to buy breadsticks when your pizza has a breadstick attached? That's part of being a dad is you get all those extra breadsticks because your kid doesn't eat crusts. Tommy, did you not see the grid on the map? C3? I mean, you have to have known about the grid on the map, right? It's Battleship. Sure, okay. So on the map, this says 25. The seahorse. Or this 25. Amazingly, only two 25s. He knows the coordinates, but coordinates on this map are, it's a massive. Yeah, I was doing okay at C3 to D3, but it was a very short troll a few days ago. Then it moved up here. No, then it moved up here, where I was just at. Yeah, because I was trolling off the end of this and through the nose of this. That's weird to me, Paul. Like, just friends would eat your crust? Morning, Jimmy. Yeah, I wouldn't eat. I'm not like a germaphobe or anything either. But I would never ask for somebody's leftover crust. That feels strange. If Alice didn't eat her, I do eat Alice's. I just said that. But she's my daughter. I like, already have crossed the line of we have no boundaries with her years ago. She threw up in my hands once. Right? I caught it like this. It's different. Which did nothing but make me leak vomit all across the house as I tried to run it to the bathroom. But in the moment, it felt like the right choice to prevent her from just vomiting all over the floor. Is that the last time she ate crust? No, I don't even remember what. She thinks she was just ill. This was many, many years ago. Damn it. What was it? I'm gonna try it. Yeller 10, 110. I think I have that one. Oh, I don't. Never mind. I have it in blue or gray. It's a little big, but whatever. Ah. This one has felt the slowest for sure. I don't throw up like I used to. Someone's gonna send it to me after I just did all that work, aren't they? God damn it. I'm gonna try gray for a second. Thank you, hardcore. Mwah. I should buy more of these Tunguska salmon lures because honestly, they've done very well for me. I never see them on the list, but they do very well for me. Was the gray one doing okay for you, Tommy? The gray balsa? Hijackers were doing great out here. This is horrible fishing, though. Like, just awful. Yeah, I used to throw up like once a week because I assumed too much sugar. It was awful. Anyone who's been around a long time would know that end of streams, I ended a lot of streams to, I'm going to go throw up. The last time I went fishing IRL, Uh, day after Christmas. The shallow hole at G9. Jasky getting out of the meta. Way down here? I've had decent luck on the shallow spots. I remember one time I had really good luck in here even. It was like mostly pike, but pike pay when they're over 5 kilos. I bought this fancy telescopic rod, and I was very excited to use it, and haven't used it like hardly at all. It was exactly the problem I thought of, or I figured I'd have, which is one isn't enough to really do anything with. It's too slow to just fish one. I need 3 of them. I should have bought the ultralight ones instead, because they would have at least matched up with my other rods. Do you have 3 of the Blade Infernos and 3 of the ultralight ones hardcore? I think you're the closest I know to being done with the game. Like, truly being done with the game. Like, have everything. Oh, you only have 2 Infernos, really? You could buy both. You probably have enough money. You could buy all the ultralights and the Inferno, though. You haven't bought the big conventional reel yet either, right? Because that's like 70 grand. Last I knew, you had enough for it, though. Two Vengas and 2 TIs, yeah. So you're not, I mean, you're a little ways away, but not that far. Do you have a jerkbait rod? A cheap one? Yeah. Oh, are those conventional only? I was really shocked the other day. I was arguing about new gear for the new lake because it's another scenario where everyone keeps thinking gear is going to get way bigger. And so I started doing some research. And, like, we already have basically in the game the biggest gear that exists on the planet. And I didn't realize that. I guess just the kilogram conversion fucked with my brain, or I just didn't really think it through that well. I definitely didn't realize how big our reels already were. Like, how big this fucker would be IRL. This thing's this fucking big. Yeah, same thing. We had the same speculation with this map, Jasky. And I don't think it's true. I think it's maybe some, but I don't think it's that true. It's not necessary. And it comes down to, if our gear got much bigger, there'd be no point in, like, having a drag and all those things, right? At what point are you just reeling the fish in under a tight line, you know? They do just list drag ratings IRL, yeah. Any quality reel does. But like bluefin tuna reels, for example, are what was it? I think only 80 pounds was pretty much. There was one I found that was 110 pounds, but bluefin tuna reels are 80 pounds. Isn't it like written on the reel? No. Nope. It's not even on the box most of the time. You actually have to look it up, but even on higher end stuff. Some of mine does. Depends on the brand. But so the Vanga is truly pretty fucking close. And like same with rods. Like I don't really, people see we have the conventional reel has a 400 kilogram break strength. The thing is, you can't put 800 pounds of pull on a fish, or you'll rip its fucking face off. Not to mention that you can't pull 800 pounds. You like no he. I mean, who's this? Eddie Hall fishing? What's he out here deadlifting fish off the bottom of the ocean? Yeah, hardcore. Because that's the part most people actually care about, especially Americans. Like, I don't think there's very few Americans I know that truly run their drag appropriately on the reels. And like never when you get into small species fishing. I used to laugh at the old men that would have their drag turned down so low on their bluegill rods that they'd be reeling them in. Wee, 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 wee. Be hearing that bluegill pulling line. It's like, turn it up. But they're actually right. That is a better way to catch more fish, especially big ones, big specimens of the species. If you don't give that fish a tight line, it has a lot harder time throwing that hook. Basically, you never want a fish to be able to turn sideways in the water. I mean, you know this shit hardcore, but you never want a fish to be able to turn sideways in the water without line letting out, or it's gonna pull that hook, or have a high chance of pulling that hook. Howdy, Panda Power. I'm gonna try Jasky's G9, I think. A little bigger? It's a lot bigger, really. Ultralight's bullshit, honestly. Stupid. Ultralight rods are fine, but ultralight reels are bullshit and dumb. Because you can just turn down a bigger reel if you want your drag low. But the tiny spools suck because they create so much more line twist and line curling. They're really, really frustrating. Even ice fishing, I've started going bigger and bigger reels, even though it looks silly on the pole. Like, it's not necessary to run this dinky little fucking reel. All it does is cause me to have to replace my line every fucking 2 weeks instead of every 2 months. I had a catfish strip my bass bait caster in West Virginia. Western Virginia, not West Virginia. He just fucking like straight up Russian fishing dude just slowly swam away until he hit the end of the spool and snapped it. but I just couldn't slow it down. You doing that on Archie or on Ladoga? Smelts are a weird bait fish because they're not unvaluable to begin with. You know, like the Loach on Yama are really good trade ups because they didn't have any value anyway. All right, this sucks. We're gonna try Jasky's spot. Actually, I'm gonna take a oddball stab at a different place first. On the way. I haven't even tried the Dick and Balls in quite a while, Thomas. Thinking about trying the Dick and Balls again, though, someday. Anyone tried Dick and Balls lately? No context needed. Every time I open the map, if your eyes don't immediately focus on this clear Dick and Balls, look, it's even got 2 little testes in it, tiny little testes. Little taper foreskin. That's an uncut dick for sure. You can see it right here in the taper. He's got a good long foreskin. I put a lot of thought into that dick. That's Putin's dick to scale. Right there. That's what they say. He lives on one of these little islands out here. Tiny perch. No. Tiny Ladoga. Not even a keeper. Oops, wrong button. I can't imagine how big the waves would actually be on this lake. They gotta be fucking massive, though. I bet it's like never even this calm. I don't know if it's just me, but I feel like this spot right here, as I'm leaving the base, I used to just troll straight to the Dick and Balls from the base, and I would catch more fish right fucking here than anywhere. I'm gonna troll past it. I've never tried it this direction before. Troll back and forth right in front of the island. Watch it be hot. It won't be, but you always dream it will. Trolling the gooch. It's close. It's more just playing. God damn it. The no-touch game with his balls, but just doing a little dick and ball hovering. That way God doesn't smite me. I should try triple rats in the shallows and see how many pike I can catch. I don't know. The pike don't seem to eat them as much as you think they would. That's the weirdest random statement, Templar. I really need to try and get the name of the guy my mom is dating. Ah, there we go. Somewhat of a pro bass fisherman. It doesn't mean a lot as someone who fishes in a lot of tournaments. You can basically buy your way into professional bass fishing. Semi-pro bass fishing, anyway. There are obviously exceptional bass fishermen and real, true to the name pros, but all the fish on the fish finder. It's gotta work. You're not the fish we're looking for. Could at least be a trophy. Look at all the fish on that fish finder. Little tiny ones on the bottom. What are they? He's probably decent if if he makes the claim. He's probably decent at least and has the gear. I think like we were talking with other sports, if you have the gear and the time invested, it's pretty easy to be better than average. What's shocking to me is that they didn't get caught sooner, diagram. Oh, that was a on and off real quick there. Like I've never shocked someone cheats. My dad and mom raced for like 14 years, and like it's pretty much most amateur, semi-pro things in general is try to cheat and not get caught. I mean, it's hard to say. That's the problem with it, then, and like why it really sucks for them because they're like one of the most winning teams in the last however long. I hear. I don't know a lot about walleye fishing. It's also not that big of a sport. it's not that popular of a. That's not. It's big and popular. It just there's not that much money in it. There we go. Um, the weird part with walleye fishing though is unlike bass fishing, which is the biggest one in America, the fish are brought in dead. In bass fishing, you lose. You can only most of the time you only bring in one dead fish. You lose weight for that dead fish. It's a no-no. You don't want dead fish. So the fact that they bring in dead fish and didn't like think to ever like cut one open once a tournament cut one open. Just fill your live well with minnows. But yeah, the problem with the fact that they got caught is their whole record now, their whole history of winning is going to be, you know, in dispute. That's cash and prizes in over like a decade, Benji. Or I don't know, I called you that. Wrong person. Venn diagram. Uh, it was like I gave you a weird pet name though, and I didn't like it. Let's not do that again. But yeah, that's over like I think 15 years or something like that. So again, for a professional sport, that's and they're in $130,000 boat. It's not exactly. Those guys have part-time jobs. That's what I'm getting at. Probably full-time jobs. Because I think they won two boats, and I mean the two boats they won. That's probably 250 grand in boats, and there's two of them. It's weird, man. Even in my local league, I bitch at the guys all the time. I'm like, why don't we like? All it takes is occasional random checks just to try to keep people honest. And if you don't try to keep people honest, they're gonna over time. Does lead show up on a metal detector? Got it, right? But I mean, why not just cut the gut of your fish open hardcore? And I don't get it. I don't get it with dead fish. Why wouldn't you check their gut? It takes fucking literally 5 seconds. You don't even need a fucking metal detector. It would work for live fish, but they're dead. I think I heard they even like fillet and donate them and stuff usually after the end of those tournaments. Yeah, like I know with a lot of the local racing my dad used to do, they had a challenge rule that basically you could accuse somebody of cheating and uh, they would tear whatever part of the car you accused them of cheating in, and if you were wrong, you had to pay them money, and if you were right, you got their engine. And it meant people didn't accuse each other very often, and 9 out of 10, when they accused them, they ended up paying money because they were wrong. Um, but if you don't have these, and same with races, they always check the car of first place and one random one, I think, for the basic stuff. Obviously, you can't tear an engine apart and check pistons every race, but they check the weight and all those things of the car that won. and one random car throughout the pack. I mean, those are just things to keep people honest. Like, because last year I don't think they even measured a fish, unless somebody said like, "Hey man, I think this one's a line burner." I don't think my league even measured a fish. It's like that's just asking for trouble. Can you really eyeball 13 and 3/4 to 14? No. Guy in chat that says yes, go ahead. I'm waiting for you. I draw perfect circles and can eyeball 14 inches exactly. Yeah, I don't go that much over, but they definitely have some growth and shrinkage depending on the fish in the live well. I actually find more growth than shrinkage from fish. I think they get stressed out and tightened up when you're reeling them in, and then loosen up and relax in the live well. Has anyone? Yes, Tommy. It happened actually one of the last years my dad raced. My dad, but that's where I always said my dad taught me that if you're not cheating, you're not trying hard enough thing. And what he meant by that, like I usually say it as a big joke, but what he meant by that was like if you're not pushing the rules, if you're not reading through the rule book and going, well, there's no rule for this, let's do this. If you're not trying to cut corners and find exceptions, like you're just not gonna, especially in something like a power sport, you're just not gonna find that little edge to give you that advantage. The reason all those rules exist is because somebody did it. And they went, well, this is too good, let's get rid of it. This is too much, let's get rid of it. Yeah, exactly, Jesse. I mean, we did it with the Pinewood Derby. If you're not familiar, that's where you roll the little wooden car down a hill, a little track hill, not like you're in it, but just a little tiny wooden car you make. We did the Pinewood Derby in Cub Scouts, me and my dad, and we won by so much they ran our car backwards. They were giving kids head starts because it was so embarrassing, and it was that exactly. We just went through the rules, and now I went through the rules with Alice when we were gonna do it, and like everything we did is a rule now. Yeah, I mean hockey's another example of cheating, like until you get caught, pushing it as far as you can without getting caught, and then you get into people diving and stuff like that, trying to fake acts or fake penalties and things too. You know. Well, something like the Pinewood Derby though, if they're not like with those rules, if you don't push, I mean they're just wooden cars rolling via gravity, right? Like if you don't come up with some way to be faster than the other guy, aerodynamics is only so much in a wooden block rolling down a hill. It really would come down to who got lucky with better parts, smoother wheels and smoother nail axles. Your car has to weigh a certain amount, bottom, period. My dad had, so we used hollow axles. We created our own nails. They looked exactly like the nails in the box, but they were hollow. I don't know what that added. Um, we spent days impregnating the metal. We made tiny, tiny clear plastic washers that went on the back of the wheels because the wheels just create friction on the side of the car, and we spent days and days and days rubbing fucking some graphite like material into the washers and the axles. We ever so slightly moved the axle, which I think that one was actually cheating. We ever so slightly moved the axle placement so it had a little wider wheelbase, and then filled in the existing holes so that nobody could tell. You know, all those little things. And then, yeah, like the where you put the weight in the car and all that shit, but... My dad did, like, silly-ass traveling competitive slot car racing, too, when we were young. So he had fucked around with a bunch of that shit. He actually made more money selling people parts than he did winning. Because he'd win so much with that shit, again, cheating, that people would buy parts from him and he'd be bagging them up. I know they were stealing hypodermic needles. My mom worked at a fucking animal testing place, and my mom was bringing home hypodermic needles, and he was using those to make axles. Because they were hollow and rolling diameter shit, or rolling weight shit. Because that's massive in vehicles. People talk about, you know, shedding weight from your car to go faster, but if you can shed rolling weight, parts that have to move, you gain, it's like 10 to 1. He's cutting his own foam rubber tires out of some fucking fancy foam. It was very funny because even as a kid, I was like, they're toy cars, Dad. But those fuckers rip, dude. Those little tiny slot cars, you know, that go on the track with a slot in it. I mean, those things shoot off there at like dangerous hurt you speeds. Lost medical equipment? Oh yeah, dude. I grew up using hemostats, roach clips, as hook removers for fish. That was just always what we had. Mom always had one in the tackle box, and it was definitely stolen medical equipment. And the little baby tape measures, the like soft, flexible, spring retractable tape measures that are round. We always had those for measuring fish. Oh, mine too, Dad. My dad did all of it. Like, he was got just absolutely chronic with the derby shit. It was very funny. And as my karma punishment, on my way out, we dropped the trophy and shattered it on the ground. That's what I always told Dad. It's because we cheated. The trophy broken. Still got the trophy? I don't anymore. I don't know where it is. Still one. And we had to go back for years afterwards. Oh, I remember my dad was so chronic that he built a little stand. It was a little peg that the car sat on. He drilled a hole so the car would sit on a little peg. And he's like, we don't want gravity on those axles. We want we don't want the car to be sitting on those axles, or for us to accidentally set something on it, lean on it. We need to keep those axles off the ground. But yeah, we had to race year after year as the reigning champion until they told us to stop coming back. I have the Pinewood Derby kit over there. We were supposed to do it a couple years back, then COVID. Now we're gonna do it in Girl Scouts, I guess. I won't do it like that. I don't think. Not that I don't think. Maybe I'll just let Grandpa do it. Get her thrown out for cheating. I don't know. My daughter's way too righteous to cheat, I think. The kids were impressed at how fast it went. And like how much, and I think it's still a relevant point to the whole game. But the other dads definitely, like I said, they were starting kids halfway down the track and starting our car backwards. It was absolutely bonkers how much we'd win by if they didn't. And the funny thing is, there was two competitions that day: the Pinewood Derby and a cake auction. And I was so much more excited that I won the cake auction. I'd never baked before or decorated a cake. My dad had made me fuck around with car shit my whole life. I want a 3D printer, but it's to make fishing lures. A resin printer, and those are a hassle. Yeah, I wouldn't. I'm not gonna do any of it. God, G9 sucks. Jasky's a fucking huge liar. Big fish on this fish finder. He did say the shallow. We're about there. Sounds like a skill issue. Sounds like you were probably cheating, Jasky. We got him on the salmonoid lure. Got two. Take everything bad I ever said about Jasky back. Thanks, Jasky. That's a decent fish. I just dropped my anchor, apparently. Robot with a hot glue gun is a way cooler term than 3D printer. Yeah, it's always the small frogs that do that too. They'll shoot right out of the goddamn water doing that. They'll like pendulum right up out of the water. Somebody said they were going to 3D print me some lures, but never did. They were liars. I should just carve them out of wood. That seems more my speed. Give me one of them cheapo carving knives. I just have a few special scenarios where I want a specific type of lure that doesn't really exist. Make the lures from this game? I don't need any of those lures. I can just buy those lures. I'm not one of those guys who would rather do it himself if it's available on the market. Just oh yeah, Chad already sent me dick-shaped lures. Don't need any of those. I won't fish with them because it feels like inappropriate. I don't want to shove a fake dick in a fish's mouth. It's just weird. Not a little freak like that. Yeah, that was someone was gonna do for me. Cal Seeger was cat up some models. They let you play with CO2 powered cars? That sounds way cooler than anything we did in school. We like dropped eggs off the roof. That wasn't very cool. Well, that's further away than it looks. I don't think we even had a shop woodworking class that I remember. I didn't take it, though I did a lot of avoiding taking any class that wasn't absolutely necessary to my graduation. Yeah, my school has a fucking robot thing now too. They do like battle bots. Yeah, they do some welding classes now too, but I guess it's useful. I guess it's useful to teach a kid to fucking tack weld something together. Possibly. But like I haven't seen any kid come out of there that can truly weld. Nothing that would be acceptable anywhere. We not have mandatory electives. We did, but they were very few and far between. It was very small number of actual mandatory electives. They tried to tell everyone a foreign language was mandatory. Read the rules. Not mandatory. Did not take a foreign language. I think I'm the only kid I know that didn't take a fucking foreign language at all. My entire school career, I never took a foreign language. Yeah, they tried telling us it was mandatory from middle school up, and I never took one. Refused. Because I was an idiot kid. That was the only reason. You give me control of my life at that age. I'm going to make bad decisions. I just told this story the other day, but in middle school, I was not doing very well. Just really was not mentally the whole thing. Anyway, so it started affecting my school, which I had always been a pretty good school student, surprisingly. I was math club and all that nonsense, did the dumb math competitions and all that nonsense up until middle school. And then my principal brought me in and he was like going over like we need to get these grades up, they're really lacking, you know, you're allowed to fail this and this, but and I'm like, wait a minute, what? And from that day on I failed the allowed amount of courses every single year intentionally. I just would pick a class at the beginning of the year and not do anything. Electives were irrelevant in my middle school. You did not have to pass a single elective to go on. They were harder to fail, so I usually pass them anyway, just because like participating in gym is more fun than not. But like you could fail one, I think it was one core class a year or a semester, yeah. And I would just pick one and fail it on purpose. Not a great strategy, turns out. But I get, you know, when you let a kid pick, do work or don't do work. So guess what? You failed. Yeah, that's how I ended up dropping out. Was kind of the same scenario. We had a rule that was never enforced that if you missed X amount of days, you'd get percentages off your grade. And we'd never enforced it before. I'd always missed a lot of days, just who it was. And my senior year, they decided they were going to start enforcing. We had a principal change, and she decided she was going to start enforcing that rule. And she came to me too late in the year for me to do anything about it, and was like, "Well, you're gonna fail these classes, and that's not gonna be enough for you to graduate." And I was like, "Well, then I'm leaving now," and I never came back. Mine were all BS classes too. Like that was the sad part. It was just they were gonna make me fail them off the absences. We also had a thing in my high school where you were allowed to repeat general physical ed every single year, so I did, because you can't fail that one. Most kids went on and did like statistics and sports and weightlifting. Nope, there was me every year with the freshmen doing general physical education again. Same with art, actually. They had an art 1, 2, 3, 4, but you just had to take an art class. So there I was in art 1 every year. I don't want to fucking learn how to do charcoal. I'll stick to paper mache. Did I enjoy phys ed? It's whatever. We had a. I don't know if the guy knew or not, but we had this substitute. One of our teachers had a stroke, so we had this substitute who was just kind of really. I want to say lax, but he's like super into his job, but didn't pay enough attention to the kids. He was too into the sports. So I would go in, I would get changed, I'd do roll call, and then I'd go in to the locker room, get dressed, and leave. And he never reported me as absent. I don't know if he just didn't care that I wasn't there or what, but I had work experience after that, so I just leave, go get some food, then go to my job. Yeah, my senior year, I had work experience, cadetting, gym. Can't remember what else I was doing at the time. One other thing, I think like earth science or something like that, which was like more experiments and stuff than it was actual science homework. Did a bunch of out in the field stuff, out in the woods and shit. It's kind of cute class. Cadetting, yeah, it's where you're a teacher assistant, TA. I picked the one teacher who'd never had a cadet before because no other teacher would take me. Obviously, I was a shithole. But I weirdly always got along with the teacher no one liked. He was this super weird fucking computer teacher who like only spoke in John Wayne and the Three Stooges references. He was a fucking weirdo, dude. My kind of guy? Nah, but cadetting was easy. I was good on the computer, so yeah, we called it cadetting. I don't know. I guess just TA. Yeah, I worked for my family's business too, Brett. Obviously, gotta exploit the system as much as possible. Is basically what I'm getting at here. Given the opportunity. No, the state doesn't pay anything like that. Not that. You had a sewing class? We didn't have. I was super mad that we didn't have any of the home ec classes or whatever they're called. We had none of them. We used to, but they were gone when I went. By the time I got to high school, because those would have been fun. I want to learn to bake and shit. You'd hate it as a kid. I don't know. People complained about that shit. So funny enough, though, they did for the girls have this fucking program where they could get a fake baby, but not for the men. The men couldn't do it, and I was pissed. But they get one of those fake crying babies you got to feed and change its diaper, and it like keeps track of how well it's taken care of. Little robot babies. Everyone had to do fake baby there? Yeah, no, they just did it. Just the women. Which, as a dad, very dumb. I don't think the gifts are gone. I'm not sure. I haven't gone to look, but I think the gifts are gone. My school, when I it sounds like, for now that I've got a kid back in my school, it sounds like my school is right at the point where like they basically forced everyone to retire. And said, listen, y'all can't be here anymore because you're 80 years old and no longer keeping up with the current necessary curriculum. At least so far, I'm super impressed with the elementary. We'll see when she gets into middle school next year. A weighted suit, so cool. Oh, tree thing for the 44 months. I mean, we were still doing a basic typing class in 10th grade. And to me, that seems absurd. You should have been long done with that. We were still learning the states one year because a teacher got so mad that so many kids didn't know where Florida was that we did a whole semester on where the states were in high school. I get not knowing fucking New England, that whole East Coast, whatever, fucking up around the Central West, the Idaho, that area. I get fucking those up. I wouldn't even give them an adult shit for that today. Don't care. Sounds like you deserved it. Yeah, I mean, they did. I didn't. I knew where Florida was. I had traveled. How could you forget? I mean, I think it's easy to forget. I don't. It's not useful. I don't need it. I already had a cell phone and GPS. Do I really need to know exactly where fucking Rhode Island is? What possible use will that have in my life? I think it's important to know the general vicinity, or at least relevant. Cobalt once said he was driving to PAX East and he'd swing by and pick me up. And I was like, "You're in Tennessee." He's like, "Yeah, I can pick you up." And I'm like, "No, I'm in Michigan." He's like, "Yeah, you're on the way." No. So, like, there's a scenario where, at least know the general vicinity of the states. I don't think you need to know their exact geographical coordinates. My daughter already knows where they all are, and all of South American countries, which I couldn't even begin to get. Brazil is the only one I get because big. Wouldn't get a single other South American country. I know where Chile is. Chile's long. I don't know where it is. It's long. If I looked at a map, I could probably place it because it's long and skinny, right? That's Chile. But I don't know where it is on the continent. So, same kind of deal. All the African countries? South Africa. I know where that one is. Maybe Egypt. I think so. That's it. The rest are out. Couldn't even name half the African countries, honestly. I've played GeoGuessr with Jasky when he's streaming it. I've hit some doozies, but usually don't do great. Madagascar? Yeah, probably. Oh yeah, Madagascar. Yeah, it took me a second. Yeah, I know where that is. But yeah, I'm never gonna find fucking random European bullshit. Knowing where Norway is hasn't. I know the general vicinity of Norway. But I don't think it's. I agree with you. I don't think it's any more useful to know Norway, Sweden, Switzerland, fucking Finland. They're all over there. Whatever. That fingery area. Just found out Finland's not even on the Scandinavian peninsula, not Scandinavia. Upsetting. Switzerland's not there. Close enough. If you shoot 3 out of 4, that's pretty good, dude. I bet if I'm over there, there's signs. Don't lie to me. Switzerland's over there. Yeah, it's over there. What are you talking about? Right in the fucking middle. That's over there. Denmark. Some reason Denmark counts, even though it's. I guess that's not how I would picture a peninsula. It's its own peninsula. Is it connected there? No, it's a bridge. How's Finland not on the fucking Scandinavian peninsula, but Denmark is? Stupid world. Yeah, just like a smidgelet of your countries on the peninsula. I just don't get how Denmark gets counted. It's whatever. It's dumb classifications, Castillo, because when we were looking at some of them, they were counting Iceland, or one of those is Greenland, one of those is fucking Scandinavian too. Depends on how you look at it, right? But there's actually a peninsula, right? That is the Scandinavian peninsula. Not the people that live there. If you want to talk about where Scandinavians are from, a whole nother story, right? Boy, that was a slow night. Teach me Europe in a hurry. I still probably wouldn't remember it. I've played plenty of games that should have taught me Europe. it also doesn't help that like it's changed a lot. Throughout history, Europe kind of do be flip flopping and getting conquered and shit. And Russia, the Soviet Union, Europe, the UK, Britain. There's a lot of fucking, overlapping, annoying things to remember there too. A ton of tiny ass countries. They used to send all kinds of parts to Malta, motor Harley parts to Malta. And I just couldn't imagine there were that many fucking people in Malta, let alone riding Harleys. But I think I looked it up one day. You could like ride around the whole goddamn country in a day. Hasn't been around for 30 years. Yeah, but I haven't taken the time to learn about it. And when you're playing historical games or when you're watching historical TV, you're learning about things from the past when things were different. And that's the point I'm making. That map has changed a lot more than the Americas have. Or all the Risk I played, that shit was useless on my brain. Yeah, France is always so much bigger than I expect it to be. It's in my teaching and through like media and stuff like that. They never act like France is that big. It's fishing similar to Fishing Planet, except good. But yeah, I guess the fishing itself is similar, but the fish are way cooler and unique and move around and constantly changing. Kamchatka. Yeah, not nearly as interesting, powerful in real life as in Risk. It's unfortunate. Should be the clear stronghold of the globe. I think Fishing Planet is the second best fishing sim out there to this. The big thing is with Fishing Planet is it's so easy to learn how to break the game. And if you want to look up a guide to like figure out a fish you don't know about, to I mean, just like you would do in real life, uh, you unfortunately get results of exactly. Sorry, fishing Russian fishing 4 is quite toxic today. I have not even close Shiverwolf. Jenkins got it on a few. Jenkins is just a far better Rat King than I am. I've had to give up my crown, and throne. Call of the Wild fishing game? Yeah, it's the worst fishing game ever created. Ever. And I mean, like, you were better off buying one of those fucking $12 little arcade beep 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 fishing games than Call of the Wild fishing. You got an issue. It just really frustrates that one and Ultimate Fishing Simulator. Ultimate Fishing Simulator at least is a fun arcadey game, I guess. To if you enjoy that kind of thing, I could see how someone could get into an arcadey fishing game, black bass and stuff like that. I had fun with them when I was a kid. Um, I Ultimate Fishing Sim still pisses me off because it's not a simulator in any way, shape, or form. It's just a fucking silly arcade game. But Call of the Wild pissed me off so bad because they just know absolutely nothing about fishing at all, and their water looks like absolute turds. And it's just crazy frustrating to go into a fishing game and have to relearn how to fish. I have to learn how to fish your video game. I mean, like Stardew Valley does it better. Thank you, Calicidro. Their boat has brakes. The drag system on the reels doesn't function at all how a reel works. The lures don't function in any way like they do in real life. It's just zero research into fishing. And I even saw they did a little YouTube video about how they learned to fish, and that made me more mad. It's incredibly frustrating. Bassmaster, the new Bassmaster game that came out, had a similar effect where it's like, how can you call yourself Bassmaster game and not know that fucking not know how jigs work, like the most popular bass fishing lure on the literal planet. Uh, but at least it said Chunk Panda, and that was funny. Reel it in! I've never seen this, but I love it. It's a great concept. More video games should have me yell at them to win. I can't think of any fishing game or any game with fishing that I really enjoyed it. I guess Stardew's the closest because I really like the game of Stardew more than I think I liked the fishing. I found the fishing very frustrating, but I did a lot of it. I mean, that would be cool, Templar, if it had any value. because I went back to Fishing Planet with the kayak and bought kayaks, and unfortunately they didn't rearrange any of the fish according to the kayaks, so the best fishing spots were still from shore, and the kayak sucked. This game with a kayak would be fucking tight. There'd be so many cool places you could get to. I feel like I played Dark Cloud. That's like a PlayStation game, isn't it? Yeah, I played Dark Cloud. I've even been to the Wikipedia page before. God, I never clear my browsing history, huh? Or maybe I played Dark Cloud 2. There was an update today? I didn't even know there was an update. No, it hasn't been any big updates though since Christmas, which wasn't much this year. Big fish on fish finder. Catch him. There should be, fingers crossed, a new lake coming very soon, which will be saltwater, is what everyone's predicting. They're not like super good with updating timelines, and they're secretive. That's what I'm trying to say. But yeah, they've teased the saltwater map quite a bit. And as far as this feels like the longest they've ever gone without a map. Though, did the Corey update happen this year, or did that happen last year? Yeah, I don't think there's anything wrong with it, Lackert. Not to mention, like, I know like fly fishing is something I've been working on since I started, and Core update was before Archie. Okay. Yeah, Archie's the most recent at a year, which I think that's the longest since I've been playing that they've gone without adding anything. I honestly wish they'd add some just basic bitch filler lakes, but you'll feel poor forever. It never goes away. That's the. I love it personally. It's the biggest complaint I think most people have with the game is it's too much of a grind. But I love it because I've been playing on and off for fucking 4 or 5 years now, and there's always something to come back and go for. I enjoy that personally. I need goals. But yeah, it's a if you're a completionist type who wants to get to the end and wants to do it all, see it all, uh, good luck. Yeah, they're restricted a bit there, Tommy, unfortunately, by reality, you know? I think there could be bait fishing. Bait fishing could get a big boost, I think, on a lot of maps. Would really help. The doesn't feel like I'm carp fishing all the time or sturgeon fishing all the time. And you still have that surprise of sturgeon ate my shit. Now I'm going to get ripped off. I don't even think you need to squish more fish. Just have more fish eat them. Yeah, that is an ugly weld. I just noticed it now that you said that. That's bad, huh? God, I hate when tiny fish gets on these rods. Who knows how long I've been dragging that fucker? But yeah, I think I mean, obviously that's not going to happen, I don't think, but I would have loved to have seen some overlapping lakes with species crossover and not necessarily every lake they try to add fish, which is cool. I get that. We need that sometimes too, but I think the game would not be hurting if there was 2 or 3 more lakes. You know, if they didn't have anything unique about them. Yeah, by tapping R. Yeah. You can't change your. It's uh, it's kind of cheesy, but at the same time, in real life, you'd feel that fish, right? So it's kind of the only way we have to tactilely feel for fish is to mash R. Sura has a lot of unique species. Big head, silver carp, other stuff. A few anyway. It was the first to get the Volga Xander, I think, too, right? It came out before Donuts. The Cut'em. No, Cut'ems are somewhere else now, aren't they? Well, when it happened though, it was very unique, especially because Sura's old. Tuba's newer than Sura, and I think Tuba just kind of took over as Sura's main as for Sura fishermen. But I don't know. People still fish Sura. I still go there. I still think it's got some good fishing for certain things. I know Sura gets a bad rap, but it's a big fucking body of water too, much bigger than it looks. And I think the player base is like we've talked about a million times. It is very follow the leader. I really don't believe there's ever a lake that doesn't have a good fishing going on somewhere. It's just finding it. Not everybody's posting a YouTube video or even in a chat to show you. How often do you think there's some guy out there just fucking slaying them who doesn't have anyone to tell? I the bleaks at Sura is still one of the best places to throw them. Yeah, but you gotta assume that it's at least a 1-to-1 ratio of people that post to don't. Like at least, and I would guess higher than that. I mean, I would guess it's probably more like a 3-to-1. I get maybe not on the higher level lakes. Because like my example is even the weekly leaderboard. I so rarely win weeklies. I have a handful, 6 or something. Um, but I've had some really good success with random ass lures and baits, right? And chase the weekly lure more often than even I'm proud of. So there's got to be a guy out there who just frequently, or guys out there that are frequently just killing it on an oddball lure without setting a fucking weekly. There's just too many guys chasing that same bait. It's too hard to compete, IMO. Nice day for. I wish it was a nice day for fishing. It's a nice day for virtual fishing. Was to brag about your fishing? I mean, I guess. I just don't think everyone's that social. My take. That they care to go post their results. I mean, Jenkins made like 1,100 silver in an hour with a fucking rat, and it's still not meta. I think spots is the same case, Jasky. It's just finding them. And it's hard to convince to go. It's hard to go waste time looking for a spot that might make. And this is where there's the good and the bad of that, right? Like, I can look up a spot that I know is going to be decent and make 300 silver and grind it for 5 hours, or I can go run around the lake for 5 hours and find a couple of spots that make 500 silver. But I'm going to spend more time on spots that make nothing. So you end up being more beneficial if you're just chasing profit. Though I do think lakes like or rivers like Yama now, where I've spent so much time wandering aimlessly, that I've got like a dozen spots at Yama. I can just run out there, find one that's doing well, and we'll sit down for a while. And if it dries up, I know I've got 11 more spots to go to. Unlike this place, where right now I have like 3 spots I like. So when my 3 spots aren't doing well, the lake is dead. I feel like Arches is always cost effective, just not the money you expect out of the gamble, right? I haven't been in the Dick and Balls in a month. I don't think I've ever lost money on Archer. This might be. Nah, I don't. There's no way I lost money here. Maybe. We'll see. My ticket's getting close, I think. This is the worst I've done here in a long time. And I guess like, but I've also spent 3 hours looking for fish and never caught hardly anything either, right? So, sure, I didn't spend $90 up front, but I wasted the same. Like the profit was the same, right? That's how I feel with Archie. That's what I was saying too, Blade. I think the higher tier stuff is a little different. But I mean, even the streamers I see on here, and no, you know, shade thrown to them, they are very follow the leader. They aren't like out there trying to set the meta. Not that I notice. Because not catching fish can be a very, very awkward thing to stream. 10 fish an hour, Richard? Could have gone sturgeon fishing. Yeah, pretty awkward here right now. Definitely. Probably because somebody sent me to G9. There were a couple fish when I first got there, but it certainly feels like they're just on that tiny little island. We're going just to cruise it out randomly the last bit. I wish the map had the actual boundary on it too, because there's all kinds of spots I want to try, but I know I'll run into a boundary. I got 3 rods in the water. I'm trying real hard. Oh, you know what? I was going to swap gray guy to yellow guy, and I never did I? Bring out the wacky? Dude, I just haven't been able to get the wacky rolling lately anywhere. Unless I'm casting it from shore. Tuba right now is the one lake that I don't understand what's going on with. I don't get it. I feel like they made the cat... My only guess is because the Caspian brown bite was so good there for a minute that they had to turn down the bite rates on some of the other fishes. But the alternative to that is because the bite rate is so low on other fish, you're catching more Caspian browns because you're spending more time with lures in the water. But I believe it has to do with the Caspian brown bite rate was up so high. That's the only thing I can think, because that place is fucking dead. Trolling out there just seems absolutely worthless. Yeah, exactly, Raptor. So if other species were also biting, imagine how much money you'd have fucking made. Instead of catching 10 fish in 2 hours, you'd have caught fucking 70 like normal October or whatever, you know? On top of catching some Caspians, you'd have been absolutely bonkers. I didn't have any luck trolling topwater there. I don't know. It could just be they moved too. They're just not finding them. Nice little surprise fish. I should park and telestick. Yeah, Tunguska seems like the most reliable trolling right now. Archie has the biggest potential payday trolling, I think, right now. I think the Caspians are dead anyway. I haven't seen them rolling in like they were. Boat maintenance isn't that bad. That's such a silly misconception. Maybe it's far worse down south where they're fucking running their boats wide open for 2 hours or something like that. But up here, yeah, I agree, Jesse. It's bad on boats, yeah, but still, like a new boat's gonna last you a long time. I don't care where you are, unless you do something wrong, or with like any engine, you have bad luck. Every time I buy a fucking car, you gotta hear like 6 stories that are good and 6 stories that are bad from people that had one in the past. Yeah, everyone says that. They say the same thing with Harley. I don't know what's the Harley one. Something. I don't remember. But knock on wood, I've yet to have to spend $1,000 on boat maintenance yet. Yeah, that used to definitely be the case too. I mean, Harley's reliability was salvaged in like honestly mid 80s, but if you want to go up to early 2000s, the reliability was salvaged pretty good. Same deal though. Live in Michigan. We only ride fucking 20,000 miles a year. Bike lasts a long time. You lived in Texas and rode 70,000 miles in a year. Yeah, it's a lot of abuse on a small motor. Harleys are really easy. Were until like 2015 or so. They were that was the cool part with them is they were still carbureted. They were still so simple, you know. Even their original injection and stuff was still so simple. So little computer needed stuff. No, not a lot of specialized tools. It's gotten worse, like everything. But like 84 to 99 Harley, I think a crate motor right now. Well, I don't know since COVID, but they were like 2,300 bucks. Buy a brand new fucking crate motor. And you can take it out and put it in a day without having to have a crane or anything. That was what we did when we first started. We were like affordable, getting people into it, and I can recognize how affordable it can be. Though, same deal though. As they get bigger and fancier, they're no longer even an affordable mode of transportation. These new fucking 120 cubic inch motors are getting 28 miles a gallon. You could just buy a fucking car. It'll give twice as many miles. Get a convertible. No fish in this lake. They're dead. Yeah, all I ever do with mine here is winterize them. I don't gotta fuck with my motor throughout the season. Just winterize them. And then I change lower ends and oil every spring. They say to do it every fall, but I'm usually putting my boat away. It's too fucking cold for me to want to fuck around with that. Just because there could be water and shit in your oil that could freeze, but... Now that I brought it up, I'll have a fucking blown motor next year. They also say to take your dock out of the lake every year, and I don't do that either. It's funny because when I moved here, everybody took their docks out, and I was the only person to leave their dock in. This year, it's my third year, I think, third winter. Only one guy in our whole cove took his dock out. Trendsetter. I think it matters more if you live on a bigger lake that like they're getting beat up by waves and the ice builds up around them and stuff like that. But we live in this cove. It's calm. It's mellow. A little ice around dock poles ain't fucking anything up that I've seen. 'Cause the ice can apparently destroy them. Snake piss. You know, ice expands and shit like that. But I think it's also it can move. Like, even when you're out on the ice, that shit fucking can crack and shift and stuff like that. Like, you know, micro tectonic plate shift kind of shit. So I think it could, when a giant 2-acre piece of ice shifts, your dock goes fuck you and bends to hell. But in the small part of the water we're in, we just don't have that kind of movement, that kind of change in the ice. Ice pushing up the shore. What do you mean by that? Mess up the banks and losing land area. Really? Wow. Well, how big is the lake, the water you're on? Because my lake is in some parts of the world would just be a goddamn pond. It's only 80 acres or 80 something acres. Pretty long but narrow. Interesting. If I've noticed anything from fishing, it's that with those long lakes, we'll look at the wind direction before we go out and be like, oh yeah, the wind won't be that bad, though it's blowing from the east or whatever. But they'll actually fucking just get that wind tunnel effect. They'll swoop around the length of those lakes, and you'll still have just hella bad wind even when it's not blowing the long direction. And especially up here in the north where we lose all our leaves, spring and fall, man, the wind on lakes is just atrocious. Even when it's not bad, you'll be up on shore and you're like, oh, it's a nice day, and you get out on the water and you're like, what the fuck is going on down here? But it's just a giant open field and without all those trees to block. Found some Xander. That's the same problem with ice fishing too, man. Once you put that fucking snow on top of the water, it's the wind kill you if you don't have some kind of cover. What do you think a Sugar Duck Classic tastes like? Sugar? Chocolate wafer. It's probably mocking some candy bar. Someone is right. Are they like nice permanent ones, Juju? Like built ones, or like they're renting out regular store-bought pop-ups? It does look like a chocolate bar, but it's called a Sugar Duck, and that confuses me. Not the duck part, the sugar part. It does have a lot of sugar, but you just don't think of it as. To me, I think when I think of sugar candies, I think of gummies and. Oh, that's a sweet deal. That ain't bad at all. They charge a lot more than that to rent a boat. Though I would hate to fish in a permanent shanty. Yeah, I mean, just the like gear alone there's thousands. It's Juju for the camera, the heater, building. Seems like a fair price. Did that pop off? It did. And then jumped onto this line apparently. I wonder what the regulations on that would be, though. That's an interesting one, because it's public land. I guess not much different than chartering or guiding. Nice frog, Tommy. Did you catch that trolling on Archie? I'm so excited for breakfast this morning. Other Ladoga, better Ladoga. You can call it by its right name, correct name. I need to go there and burn up some smelt, but I don't think I'll have time tonight. I don't want to fuck my sleep schedule up too bad. Oh, I don't have that many. Jealous Blade? We have no fucking ice? I'm so sad. This is the worst winter. I just got into ice fishing last year, and I was spoiled by a good winter. Now we have this garbage fucking stupid winter. Do some bait fishing. The little peninsulas west of the bridge were really good for me, Tommy. Casting off the end of the little peninsulas west of the bridge. Lots of bleak and occasional smelt and grayling and stuff for fun. I got like 3 trophies over there. And it's kind of interesting because you can like turn 6 feet and the fish change quite a bit. There's also sticklebacks inside one of them. Oh my god, what a jump. Thought I lost him. Yeah, they're really close to the edge for the sticklebacks, I found too. Yeah, and like current predictions, everyone keeps saying, "Oh, it's gonna get. I bet it's gonna get so bad." But current weather predictions here, anyway, it doesn't look like we're even gonna really get a winter in my area. We're gonna like maybe 3 weeks of winter. Just fucking nuts, dude. I'm waiting for a hog to slam right as my ticket's about to expire. Yeah, it should mean a really good fishing year in general. Because a lot of fish get taken through the ice. Like 10 times as many through the ice. That meant to be true, but it feels like it. A lot of fish get taken through the ice. I got none of those. See how truly bad we did. Horrible. Like, absolutely atrocious. Like, some of the worst ever. Anyway, I'm gonna go eat breakfast because my ass is starving. I'm gonna try to sleep and get my schedule back on track, but if I can't, I might just come right back. Because I can't sleep, you know? Thank you for being here and letting me fish one more day. I'm sure a cool game will come out soon, and I'll go play that. I'm sure that'll happen. It's gotta. Thank you, chat. Have a good night.